JoeKingAudits here. Welcome back. So yeah, I haven't checked disciplinaries in Bradford. I like to check that every so often. I think it shows you on the .gov website, is it? Is it? I'm gonna have to put the password in. Or it might be just when people make a freedom of information request and then they put it online. But we could check funnel. Password in as well. So I've got cost of living payment, so I might ask Lawrence if I can give him the money back. When I get paid my benefits. I'll give him most of it. I'll just want to buy a tyre and then I'll give him the rest of it. And then we'll be quits. Yeah, I earn like 240 quid now. But he said just give me 200, so that's nice of him. Don't need to put my password in naturally. So I'm going to keep my car on. It's red hot actually. I want to go get some beer in a bit. Gizmo will not go for a walk. It's one I think he's just being difficult. So he always enjoys himself once he's out, but it's just getting him out. He don't like his jacket, and he don't like the cold. I thought it was just the rain, but I don't even like the bloody cold. His hair's still a bit short, to be honest. I want to find out about Bradford. Discipline. Discipline, reprimand. Sacking. It's another word for sacking. What's the correct word for sacking? Let go. What do they say? Like, released with immediate effect or sacked. Let's see if we turn the internet on now. So how are we all doing? You order your turkey yet, Joe? Order it. Just get a turkey like after New Year's Eve, and it's cheaper. Or after Christmas. Actually, it's probably usually after after New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. It goes cheaper. Because a lot of people have turkey on New Year's Day as well. Unless it's a fresh turkey, and then they're like 10 times more expensive. Like, they're open like Christmas Eve for a few hours, aren't they? Or for half a day. Sometimes you can get a cheap turkey on Christmas Eve. I don't want to sign in. Why do you always want me to sign in? Dave London AU36 KFC. Come on, be honest. Be nice to Gizmo. I'm nice to Gizmo. Unless he hides under the table and won't go for a walk, and then I have to get the sweeping brush out to get him out of the from under the table. He don't bite me anymore though, so must be doing something right. I think he's finally realised that I'm not going to be intimidated by him. Sometimes he growls at me when I'm trying to put lead on him. But I just go, come on, be a good boy. Don't bite me. And he'll just growl, and as long as I just like go with my hands clenched, he won't bite me. Well, he has bit me before, but he realises that I think he realises I'm not going to be scared of him now. I took him for a walk today, and he just sat down. He's like, I want to go home now, and I'm like, come on. And he'll sit there for a bit, and then he'll look away and go, nope, not listening to you. And then I go, well, I'm not moving until you come over here. I'm like, come on then, I'll take you home. Get back on your lead. And then as soon as he's on his lead, he's like, oh, I just want to smell you, you know. I'll have a little smell of you and just chill here for a second. You don't like it on grass. That's another issue. But the nearest place I can let him off lead is it's mostly grass to get back round to home. What do they call it when they sack police officers? Or like, let go or something. Sacked without further pay. Dismissal, that's the word. Dismissal, I remember it by myself. I'm clever. Yup, typhoid. So I will get to everybody's messages eventually. I keep getting sidetracked. Did everybody get the cost of living payment? Oh, I forget. 36k for KFR doesn't do benefits, does it? I wonder if 36KFC is on benefits, actually. Because he makes money from YouTube. I'm guessing, because he has a few subscribers. He's got 2 YouTube channels, hasn't he? That are doing quite well. Probably more. Misconduct outcomes. They don't have collar numbers, and that's how I know. That's how I remember police officers. Well, actually, it's mainly faces that I remember. Unless they're good police officers, and then I don't remember the face apparently. Because that one guy. That gorgeous police officer who were well too young for me, but well, she looked well too young. She was gorgeous. She looks so freaking soft. It's hard to imagine how she can be a police officer. And she looked intelligent as well. Some police officers, yep. Never listen to what you're saying. I mean, I never listen to what police say because they always lie. And I've caught them in many a lie. Well, it's not a lie, it's what's the word? Exaggerating the truth. Yeah, when I swore at that police officer, he said, "Oh, I was shouting and bawling." You know, he didn't say it was after I got arrested. I started shouting and bawling. He said, just at some point he was shouting and bawling, and he called me a C word. But that was after I'd been arrested for just saying F off twice. And he's like, he said it very aggressively. And yeah, I did. But I didn't step forward. I just moved my head forward and I went F off the second time. First time I just went, oh, F off. And then he goes, don't swear again or we'll have to arrest you. So I just like pushed my head forward and went, F off. And he's like, right. Proper grabbed my hand. Like, I don't know. Just like, what's the word? Just being heavy-handed on purpose. Just because, you know, he's butthurt that I didn't follow his orders, I guess. Butthurt that I dare stand up to a bully boy. They don't have. There's no reason to like give you orders. You know. Don't swear again, or you can be arrested. Or they could say, well, that was 36 KFC. What rest can I say? Yeah, I just told him if he don't stop calling me, I'll have to call police. Maybe get his number from the phone company. If we can do that. To try to track him down. What am I reading here? Like, it's 22nd of September. That's pretty new, isn't it? Lindley final report. Redacted. What does redacted mean? Alleged conduct as set out in Regulation 30 notice. PC Lindley will be placed on the College of Policing barred list. What does that mean? PC Lindley. Vaguely recall that name, but I don't think. Never have a picture, do they? Is this it? They're always using excessive force. How am I? Sweat. I'm alright. I've got food poisoning. We got a load of out of date food and I ate it the next day and now I'm feeling it. So that's fun. What about yourself? How are you typhoid? Have you got your cost of living payment? Oh yeah, my video got corrupted as usual. Like, I don't know why my computer has to like render the whole video again. Why can't I just put them? Why can't I just like stick them together and then just upload them straight to YouTube? Doesn't make sense to me. Like, I can upload individual videos, but I can't just upload individual videos and then stick them all together. That makes sense. I'll be right back. Why did it get corrupted? Because I think it's because my computer I'm guessing it's like cached in the, what would you call it? Like cached in the in the RAM memory. And my CPU is struggling with power to process more while it's holding on to the information in the RAM. I mean, I think my RAM is alright. Actually, I think it's got too much RAM, and it's trying to use more RAM than the CPU can power, or the processor can power. One of them. Or the processor's using too much power. And then it releases some CPU allocation to the RAM. And then the CPU is running it runs over. How do you overclock stuff? Because I think I can overclock it a little bit. Because when it warms up my computer, it works a bit better. So if I overclock it, then it'll run hotter, and then it'll work better. Actually, I don't actually want to overclock it right now. I want to get rid of all the files first. Because if I overclock it, it'll run better, and then I'll put more files on, and then it'll struggle again. Or it'll just run at overclock speed all the time. It's in the BIOS, isn't it? But I can't do it in this BIOS. Overclock's like a slang term, isn't it? So it might be restricted because it's a laptop, so don't want to burn up But I'm sure you can do it somehow. Even with laptop. I think you just got to download a different BIOS. So would I have to reinstall Windows? Would it still work on the same BIOS? If you install a new BIOS, is it like a new computer? So I was thinking about that, because people like cheat on Rust. But if you just installed a new BIOS, it'd be like a new computer, wouldn't it? Maybe you'd have to format the hard drive as well. If you had Linux operating system, would that be a new computer as well? That'd be like a new computer. Get cost of living permit. Actually, it might be my hard drive. My hard drive might be. Might not be able to run fast enough because it's like. Actually, it's probably a mixture between my hard drive, my RAM, and my CPU. Where does it cache the memory? It's on your RAM, isn't it? Or does it save on your processor and then send it to your RAM? And then store it temporarily in your RAM? So your RAM can write it to the hard drive. Why can't your processor be your RAM at the same time? Or your CPU? Because if it runs out of power, it'll forget. So you've got to write it to the RAM. It don't forget your Windows. programs that are running, like, you know, it's got to have a window for just having a picture of a, it's got to have a program just having a picture of a thing, so it never forgets all that, but that's on your hard drive. Like, why can't you just turn all the programs off on? I'm guessing these things are like an imprint of what's already loaded, and not actually. It's not like running a program constantly to keep this on screen, keep your desktop on screen. I'm guessing it's like YouTube, where it just like it remembers the image and then just keeps everything on the screen, so it doesn't use as much processing power. I'm trying to think of a way to make a computer better. I mean, they've already figured out how to make a computer better. It's an analog computer. Apparently, it actually works better than an ordinary computer, because it can just do everything you tell it to instantaneously. The only problem is you've got to have a physical mechanism to interpret the information that is stored mechanically. Like, if you were to store like a song on an analog computer, you'd have to have a big metal machine, or I don't think they do it with a machine now. I think they do it with like chemicals or reactions or something. Like, you've got an atom doing something, and then you put an atom over here, and then you add another atom to it, and then that creates a reaction, and then you get something to interpret the reaction, and that's the memory. That's the information. Quantum computer, that's what it's called, isn't it? Yeah, they said they've got an analog computer as well, or they're going to make an analog computer. It don't do like, well, you could play a game probably, but you need a computer to interpret it, or a TV or something. That'd actually work amazingly for DayZ or something. Because if the game were analog and you're all playing the same game, it'd only be able to make one bit of information at a time. So there'd be zero lag apart from your internet. because everything will be happening. Just it'd only be able to do everything one time. And the only lag will be your internet, so you just have to get your internet to actually there probably would be lag. Well, maybe not with Yep, the only problem is people don't play games forever, so you'd make the machine and then the game become obsolete, you'd have to make a new one. Like an analog computer runs off of cogs and stuff, right? So you'd have to have some sort of energy source to move everything. So it'd basically just be like little switches, like a chipboard, but instead of electrical signals flowing through the pathways, it'd be physical switches that represent zeros and ones. It'd be a microscopic analog chipboard. I think they're actually making an analog computer. I think it's to do with the stock market. And it's basically like building a temple with loads of carvings on it. Each carving takes time, and you need a lot of carvings to write all the information necessary, so it's going to take like hundreds of years to get everything, every mechanism recorded. But once you've made it, then it's just it just works all the time, as long as you've got a little bit of power to move everything. In fact, you don't even need power. You could just use vibrations. Vibrations of the earth might even do it, because it'd be that sensitive. Well, it'd be just sensitive enough. I think police should have to give their surname at least and the collar number. Maybe they do if you want to make a complaint, but I think they should always have to give the surname at least. Like, just because, just in case, you know, a police officer does something wrong to you, and you find out he's been reprimanded for the same thing, but you can only remember his collar number, or you know, it's not easy to remember collar numbers, especially when you deal with police as much as I do. It's not easy to remember all the collar numbers. Sometimes I'm like, sure I remember your collar number, but I don't remember your face. I'm sure you did something wrong to me, because I don't usually remember. Well, I only remember collar numbers if you've done something wrong to me. Basically, or made an impression. A bad impression. You know, like, there's one thing I don't mind police being like harsh, you know, like you know, when they say like, oh, you just try to get a reaction and blah de blah. But what I don't like is when they tell you how to do it, you know, like, I don't know. Maybe you shouldn't go about doing this way, and you know, maybe you shouldn't don't stand in road. Don't you know, don't what's the word? Don't put your hands in your pockets. You know, don't put your hands in your pockets. That's a good one. Don't put your hands in your pockets. It's like, you know, am I under arrest? You know? Although that's when there's talking about terrorism. They're saying, you know, you could be recording for reconnaissance purposes or whatever, and it's like, well, am I under arrest for? Am I under suspicion of terrorism? No. So why can't I put my hands in my pockets? It's like, you know, it's like, you could have out in your pockets, and it's like, well, don't get so close to me that you like that you put yourself at risk from me putting my hands in my pockets if you're so scared. You know, why are you getting so? Why do you have to get so close? You won't mind me putting my hands in my pockets if you want so close, you know. And you can't stop me from putting my hands in my pockets because I haven't done anything wrong. I don't have to follow your orders. I mean, fair enough if you're under arrest or they're thinking about arresting you, then maybe get close. But you know, every time they get close, I go, don't step towards me. And then I'll say, have I done anything wrong? And then they say, well, we've had a complaint. And I'm like, okay. Who's complained? Complained? One of the people that I've been talking to. And it's like, oh, we can't tell you. And it's like, well, what is it about? But at that point, you know, I don't mind them being close because they're thinking about arresting me. And once they tell me what what they're concerned about or whatever, or what the argument is, I say, am I under arrest? Or are you going to arrest me? And then they'll say, no, we're just investigating at the moment. And it's like, right, well, step back then, you know? There's no need to be so close to me. If you're going to arrest me, but you like just step back. Because that's aggression when they get that close to you. And the only reason they have to use aggression is if they're going to arrest you. So there's no need to intimidate me by getting close to me unless they've already got enough to arrest me. I mean, even if they think they have got enough to arrest me, but they're still like giving me the benefit of the doubt, there's still no reason to be aggressive at that point. And I always forget to tell them, I'm not going to run away, or if you want to arrest me, then I'll come peacefully. Just don't hurt me. I'm not going to struggle, so don't hurt me. When they put the cuffs on, you know, they like hold. They like hold your arm on the wrist, and then they like bend your hand and your elbow and your shoulder, like to put it behind your back. I don't know how to explain it. They like lock your joint, lock every one of your joints up to like. Well, they don't always do it. Some do it gently. Most of the time, they do it quick, and they do it like locking all your joints up. You know, most people's arms only bend forwards. You can like bend your arms up your back. So what they do is they grab your arm. And keep it like straight so you can't twist your like wrist or anything. And then like pull down, and then basically straighten your arm, and then bring your arm behind your back while pushing your shoulder forward. Well, you're not pushing your shoulder forward, but you're like, so pull your arm down, and then your shoulder, you go down. They make it seem like you're struggling. I don't know how to explain it. Because you're like, I don't know. Like, you might be talking with your hands, and then they'll grab hold of your hand or your wrist, and they sort of bend your wrist, and then you clench up because you're like, oh, I don't want my wrist to bend. They put it on the smallest part of your arm so they can get a good grip, and they hold a tight grip and like sort of presses on your wrist in one way or the other, and then as they like pull your hand down, their hand remains in the same position and same strength. And you're trying to keep your wrist in the same position, but it keeps pressing against it, and then you tense up everything because you try to like keep everything in the same position so it's not getting pushed on more, and it seems like you're struggling. I mean, I think they're trained to grab your wrist and to like bend your wrist, because it's like it like incapacitates you basically. But it just makes you tense up like, automatically, because you're not ready for it. And even if you're like, fine, I'm getting arrested, they do it that fast, and you just like you think they're going to hurt you because they're like pushing your wrist, then automatically you fight or flight kicks in, and you start tensing up, or like try to push your wrist back because it hurt and you weren't expecting it. That's why they've got to explain to you. If you're doing something wrong, they've got to explain to you like 5 times before they can arrest you. Like, they've got to explain to you so you've got a reasonable understanding of why you're being arrested. And the police didn't do that with me. He said, if you swear again, you're going to be arrested. Never even said what I'm going to be arrested for. Never explained to me how it's wrong. I mean, even if he had explained to me public order offence, I would have been like, there's no public here and you can't be offended. And then they'll go, well, actually we can be offended. And then I'll be like, yeah, all right, yeah, you can be offended, you know, like everybody else. But is it worth criminalising me? Is it in the public's interest to put me in prison, spend all the resources criminalising me, for, you know, words? You know, sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me. And police think because you dissent, it means you don't respect them. So you're gonna, like, that means you're gonna hurt them, or you're more likely to hurt people because you don't respect their authority, or respect their, you know, respect their opinion. But the only reason I don't respect police officers' opinion is because more times than not they do something wrong, so I'm automatically in that mind frame. But I'll give them the benefit of the doubt as long as they're not aggressive or bark orders. Like that police officer that I defended myself against, he got in my face and he goes, you know, I want you to move on. No reason why, you know, just like, I want you to move on, so you've got to move on. And I'm just like, no. Did I put that video on YouTube? What was that called? Muslim wedding, firework display, something like that. What was it? I shouldn't have put Muslim wedding. What's the Islamic wedding? I mean, it's because they're Muslim that they always have fireworks, even during the day, because You know, they do that in their own country for some reason. They have fireworks indoors. Sometimes, like I've seen them have fireworks indoors. I've never seen English people have fireworks indoors. You know. Okay, they are actually indoor fireworks, but you know, I've never seen English people have fireworks indoors. And you know, it's because it's a Muslim wedding that they do that. Probably because it's just too hot in their country, so you know, they have it indoors where it's all air conditioning and stuff. Did I start live streaming? My battery was dead. And then I did a video. And then I put my bottle down to get my battery bank out. And then I think I started the live stream. How am I going to find out what date that was? Oh, because I've got the video. So I've got to find that video. I might have deleted it because it's for... We're already on YouTube. No, I didn't delete that one. I think that's on my Google Drive, actually. Or somewhere. So I'm going to have to sign it out. Complicated. Is it on my Google Drive? Have you got your cost of living? Yep. Sounds like it's a struggle, your rig. I mean, it's just because it's got a terabyte of memory, and my brother decided to get a terabyte of memory because, you know, it's cool, but he hasn't increased his processing power. Like, it's that old, it doesn't even run at like 1.4 gigahertz anymore, or whatever it was. Yeah, I think 1.4 gigahertz. How do you do that? Diag sag or something, what it's called. Sag. What do you call it? Diag X or something. It is Diag. Memory diagnostics, is it that? Check your computer for memory problems now. Dag X. Go on, help me out. You know, Big Larry will tell me. Overclocking it. Shut up, Joe. You don't know what you're talking about. Well, actually, I overclocked my computer and the fan died because I was running it at full pelt. Well, I was running it at, you know, full power all the time, basically, because it actually kept overheating and just restarting. I had two fans, and the other one, like, could keep it cool on its own, basically. So I think my fans might have been backwards. I think one was sucking and one was blowing. No, one were. Yeah, they were both like fighting against each other, basically. They were both blowing out, but they were like on different sides, so it was just like, I don't know. They were both pulling against each other and they were just struggling. Instead of just having airflow, instead of it being a wind tunnel. But that wasn't even my fault because I got my computer pre-built, so somebody must have put it on wrong. Well, it definitely was on wrong, because when I moved in with this Indian guy who was like really good with computers, and I turned my computer up to like, I don't know, 400 and like 500 volts, and the stuff couldn't handle 500 volts, but it had a switch, the power pack, to go up to like 500 volts or 500 amps or something. I don't know what was it, 500 volts or 400 and something. But my computer only ran, my graphics card only ran at 250 or something, you know, like maybe, I don't know. It blew my graphics card up anyway, and my power. What do you call it? Power? PCU or something. PU. PCU. CPU. Oh. But yeah, I only overclocked it like maybe 5 stages or whatever. Like, it wasn't like in percentages. I can't remember how you did it. It was in like gigahertz, wasn't it? But you had to do something else. I can't remember. It's frequency, isn't it? You change the frequency. Basically, I'm going to change the frequency a bit about. Like, I'm sure Vodafone can't bring you details up. Yep. Oh, I just did a memory diagnosis by accident. want to check how much there's a police message. There's a police officer on my stream. What do you mean? Where? Or was that supposed to be private? Police officer. PC Khan. We have reason to believe you are in possession of Class A's at this very moment. Please hand the rest in to your nearest police station and think about how to spend your government handout more wisely next time. Nope. I don't take drugs. Illegal drugs. I haven't had drugs for a long time. That's probably that's probably 36 KFC. Are you going out this afternoon, Joe? I was thinking about it, but I don't really have to. We're just gonna go get some cigs, and then gonna get beer. But I'm feeling pretty sick because I've got food poisoning. Well, I just feel like my stomach is turning. Can you stop this? Yes, nice. I've done memory diagnostic before, there's never any problems. I don't know what that's actually for. Oh yeah, I've still got my cotton. I said I was going to go out, didn't I? I don't need my cotton if I'm not going to go out. Good point. It's actually pretty warm today. I'm sweating. little yellow. Really? It's because I don't have my beard. That always makes me look less yellow. Maybe. Or maybe it's because of the sun. I don't know. Probably at your liver packing in, you don't look you do look a little yellow today. No. I felt better than I've ever done yesterday, and then I ate some out of date food and now I feel crap. So. Well, I felt alright when I woke up. And then just all of a sudden I felt sick, so I'm guessing the food poisoning just kicked in. Because I've got the oops. How long have I been muted? Sorry. Playing the Long Dark on Survival. Nice. What difficulty? Just thought I would pop in here and have a look. How are you all? That's another thing we need to look up. Can the benefits tech what 40% deductions, 229. I should get 400 an option. And I owe a loan. If that's not counted with the 33%, I think the loan's like 44 quid or something. Can't be that much, can it? What did it say? July? June, July, August, September, October. Okay, 50, 100, 200, and maybe it is 44 quid. How do I get out of that? I can't get out of it. Yeah, police officers would not come onto streams and say they are PC can. In fact, they won't even contact you on streams, police officers, because you could hold their words against them. So I don't think they're allowed to contact you via YouTube. Like, the police told me that they're not allowed to use YouTube in a professional capacity. They've got to have like some sort of overriding reason to be able to do it, and then they've got to get permission. You know, they don't have to get a court order, but you know they've got to get permission to use YouTube to gather evidence. Because otherwise, you know what YouTube's like. Somebody'll, well, you know what people are like. Somebody'll complain about a YouTube video, and it's fake. So you know, unless they have like overriding evidence that it's like real and worth investigating, they're not going to waste resources doing that. I guess that's like, you know, why they're not allowed to use YouTube, because you know there's so many questionable things on YouTube. If you took it all seriously, you'd be there forever, wouldn't you? But a police officer's not going to use his real name. You know, a police officer's not going to come in as PC can. I suppose because how did he find my information? You know, how did he find my information? How did he find my YouTube channel? Why is he trolling YouTube, trying to criminalize me, or like, you know, say something? And fair enough, if I was under investigation, they're not going to give it away that I'm under investigation. They're not going to like tell me that I'm under investigation, because then I'd know I'm under investigation, and you know, we might do some more crazy, questionable stuff just to test the water. You know? It's like when when I'm in town drinking alcohol. The reason, you know, I'll show the bottle. You know, I'm like, I don't mind being like prosecuted for drinking in a no drinking zone, because I don't agree with them rules. So, you know, if I do get done for it, well, actually, you can't even get done for it. They can take your bottle off you, pour it away, and if you do it again, then they'll confiscate all your beers from your bag and like take your details and say if you do it again, then you know you'll be wasting police time. So we might have to prosecute to stop you from wasting police officers' time. Oh yeah, they might fine you next time. And then if you get a fine and you pay the fine, then you're like guilty of that offence, and that'll probably stay on your record for how long? 3 months, is it? 3 months for a. Is it a minor offence? Is it a minor offence, or is it a? Is it a civil offence, or is it a minor offence? It's not. It's not criminal, is it? It's public space protection order, or is it like DPO or something? It's statutory law, or is it an act? What a council what are council rules, like, you know, parking rules? They're not criminal, are they? They're like is it civil? Like if it were a private car park, it'd be a civil prosecution, wouldn't it? Because it's the company's own rules. I don't know. That's why the ULEZ cameras are criminal, because if you're driving, right, if you're driving and you stumble across a ULEZ area, even if you see the sign, you can't stop, you know, and go, you know, I've got to do a U-turn or whatever. You've just got to carry on. And then you'll try to find your way out of there, and then you'll get charged or whatever. And you know, them bloody them boxes, them what are they called? They record your cars. They record your car's whereabouts. Are they actually like in most cars nowadays? Like tracking, what are they called? Tracking box for cars. It's not law that you have to have them, is it? You know what's going to make driving safer? You know, aeroplane pilots, captains. If there's ever like some sort of problem, you've got to do like a questionnaire to say, you know, what did you do? Like, you know, they probably won't ask you what mistakes you made. They'll just say, you know, how did it all go about in your knowledge? And then, you know, what are them bloody recorders, flight recorder or something? If they have to look at the flight recorder to verify what you're saying, you know, I'll do that. So if a car could have some sort of box that's only the information's only allowed for educational purposes, or how would you do that though? I guess it'd have to be like, what's it called? Freaking Bitcoin mining. You know, it'd have to be all the information would have to be algorithmized or something. It'd have to be an algorithm that came up with the solution or the outcome of all the parameters that you put in. But you can't trust AI though. The human would have to. You won't be able to make any laws or make any certainties out of that information. Well, you won't be able to act like, you know. Like just say somebody was on a mobile phone and the car recorder could tell that you're on a mobile phone because of how you how your lack of attention is going. You won't be able to prosecute that person for being on a mobile phone, but you would be able to like say people on a mobile phone happen this often. It's ridiculous. And you know, this is how many people have died from the flight recorder recording people on a mobile phone and getting into accidents. And this is how many accidents have had for people on a mobile phone. Like, you wouldn't even have to hold the information. So I'm guessing Bitcoin doesn't hold the information either. You know, you're constantly creating the information as the information's you put the information in a computer and it turns it into zeros and ones, and then it makes a decision out of that and deletes the information. Well, the information is never stored, is it? It's just the result of the information that's stored. So it couldn't be misused. But yeah, that is it. That is probably gonna have to happen. Basically, everybody that's got a car is gonna have to be monitored because it's too dangerous and it kills innocent people. So. I saw a child get hit by a car on YouTube, and it was pretty concerning, because I mean the car basically stops straight away. So, that means it's not even going, I don't know, 15 miles an hour, 10 miles an hour. Maybe just about 15 miles an hour. There were no skid or anything. It was just like, the ABS just, slowed it perfectly. But whatever speed it hit the child, it just like, the kinetic energy is like, I don't know, just like a jab, and this child just like flipped upside down and landed on his, landed pretty flat. So, and then he just got up and walked away. Anyway, my point was, if the kid didn't get up, you won't be allowed to put that on YouTube. And it's like the same thing with like car accidents. If nobody's injured, then nobody cares. Like, you've seen YouTube videos where a car will go flying through air and just like miss a pedestrian by like 2 inches. And it's like, nobody died, everybody were fine, so there's no lessons to be learnt. Well, we've had a little bump, or we've had a big crash, but my airbags saved me, my seatbelt saved me, and insurance will pay out. So everybody forgets about it, And, we can't remember every car accident, and we can't remember every, we're going to remember people dying more than a car accident, like a bump or whatever, but you should be learning from every accident. That's why, even if self-driving cars are not going to work, Teslas record everything. They record everything. So all that knowledge, it'll be learned to teach the car how to drive better. And if we can like come up with a simple way to tell people how the car is like learning from these mistakes, that'll be the best way to that'll be the best way to come up with teaching aids to teach people how to drive better. So you can only have 3 debts at once. You know, that's funny, that. Because there is only 3 debts that you can pay off. Council tax, which is, enforced by law, so that's government. Budget in advance, or a loan from the benefits, and then court fines. Like there's nothing else, is there? Like you don't have to pay your energy bills. From benefits. Parking fines. You don't have to pay parking fines unless you go to court and you get court fines. And then the court enforces you to pay your parking fine. Parking fines is a fraud because you don't have to pay it unless the court tells you have to pay it. So basically, everybody has an opportunity to argue parking fines or other fines, cigarette littering. What other fines would you get? Drinking, riding a bike, skateboarding. TV license. TV license must make the courts money, basically. Because if the TV license win against people in court, somebody's got to pay for the court costs. So either the person prosecutor's got to pay for the court costs, or the government's going to have to shell out for the court costs. So the TV license must win more times. Well, they must win more money than the government spends, because otherwise it would not be in the public's interest to be funding a private corporation. On taxpayers' money. So that's actually corruption right there, because if they didn't make, if it were costing the government money to do court cases for BBC, they wouldn't pay that, would they? It's like going, government, can you pay for us to sue this person? Because we think he's in the wrong. So we need to go to court over it. You know, we've decided this guy's wrong. We want to go to court, and they lose more times than they win. Either they lose, I mean, maybe they win more times than they lose, but if it's like close to 50-50 and it's costing more money than more money than they get, which is probably gonna happen. Like basically, they'll have a load of fines, but nobody's paying them. But it'll be on the books saying, you know, we're owed this much, and we're taking out at benefits, you know, five at a time. So eventually they're going to pay it off, and we're going to have that money. So we say that we've got this much money when really, you know, they haven't even paid. Like, there's probably billions of pounds in fines that are being paid, but it's on the books like, you know, this is how much revenue we're going to get this year. So that's how the BBC can keep doing it, basically. So the BBC will just go, you know, these people owe us this much money in fines, and the courts said we can take it out of the benefits, but they can only take like £5 a month, 20 pence a month or something. Like, it's not corruption. What would you call that? It's a freaking hack. It's a cheese. It's a lie. It's, you know, it's like inflation, or, you know, what's that word where you artificial inflation, or artificial revenue. It's imaginary revenue. them court orders when somebody like defaults on the mortgage, or says we've paid the mortgage back already. It's right, because you can wipe off a certain amount of your debt if you've paid 80%. If you've paid 80% of your debt or something, you've got to pay up to a certain percentage of your debt, and then you can wipe off your debt if you can't afford to keep paying it. But mortgages have their own contractual obligations, and it's like they're set in stone, and they can change over time. And you agree to that, but you can't change the contract if it's if it's unfair. You can't change the contract. They can change the contract, but you can't change the contract. Anyway, them court orders from to let bailiffs into your house if you default on your mortgage, so they can change the locks and kick you out, basically. Or check how many assets you've got to pay for the debt. They are fraudulent because there's no fines, I don't think. It's basically an act or a statute which gives certain entities powers automatically under certain circumstances, and they decide which circumstances you've broken. And you can argue it. But if you don't agree with one of them circumstances, you can just say, I didn't do that, or you don't have no proof that I did that. So it's void, basically, because you're innocent until proven guilty. And unless the court has decided that you are in breach of all these things, that this person has got the court order to remove you from the house from, you can't be presumed. You can't be presumed on them circumstances. It's like a police officer. A police officer can arrest you for you know, if they think if he thinks you've done something. But if you get to the police station and, you know, you say no comment, and they go, well, you know, we don't really have any evidence to say he's done these things apart from the police officer, so it's basically your word against his. And the camera footage, but, you know, you can't rely on the camera footage fully. You don't, you know, sometimes you don't know the whole context of the situation. So you've got to release them on a what do you call it? You know, freaking. A semantic, or you know, there's another word. Sure. What does semantic mean again? Technicality. On a technicality, you've got to release them on a technicality. Like, if somebody confesses to, you know, murdering somebody, and they've been in interview for, you know, hours and hours and upon end, and they had no sleep, and, you know, even if you just have an hour, you know, interview, and then you give them a break, and, you know, you give them another hour interview. Basically, you can't take that as a confession. You know, you need more evidence. You need them to explain more about, like, how you did it, why you did it, motives. Like, the confession on its own is not enough to convict people. In America, it might be different, actually. In Mexico, they'll put you in prison first, and then, you know, figure it out while you're in prison. But, you know, America's very, it's a lot bigger. There's a lot more people. There's a lot more, you know, there's a lot more to do. And the more there is to do, the more time it takes. So that's why America's say, you know, everything's big. You know, we've got big milkshakes, big prisons, big, you know, prisoners, big amount of prisoners, big amounts of criminals, because, you know, they just can't cope with everything just like that when you've got that many people. It's like if the police can't cope with Bradford over here, you know, they can't cope with 50% of their crimes with that many people. And America has 10 times more people. They're not going to be able to deal with, you know, more. It'll be multiplied because there'll be more criminals, and there'll be less people to do the jobs because there'll be more criminals. Oh, no, it doesn't really work like that, does it? I think it'd be a multiplier basically. Like the more people you get, the more chaotic it'll be. Chaos theory. The more energetic something is, the more... What's chaos theory again? Chaos creates chaos or unpredictability or something in atoms. A nautilus shell, you know, gets bigger as it goes out, you know. Let's see, I wonder if there's any like exception to that. Power, although that works invertedly. You put power in and then it gradually gets... So that is the opposite of a nautilus shell, basically. Like as you produce something, or as like some sort of thing makes something, you've got to produce energy for that to happen. Like the universe, you know, just everything was instantly there. All the energy to produce the universe was instantly there. And it's exactly, well, I don't know if it's exactly, but it's like, you know, the whole universe is exactly all the energy that was there in the first place. So what's a free energy device is basically producing all the energy you need in an instant. So that'd have to be a black hole. You'd have to make a black hole, and instead of the energy just getting sucked into somewhere you don't know where it is, you've got to suck in the energy and be able to know where it is. And then you can create infinite energy. Because the universe has a lot of energy. Well, it won't be infinite. It'd basically be infinite. Yeah, I mean, they did say, you know, it'll take all the universe's energy that we know of right now to travel faster than the speed of light or create a wormhole or something. But we don't know all the energy yet. So we could probably use all, like, you know, a certain amount of the energy and, you know, leave the rest of the universe for us. Why do I always get onto, like, the universe? I'm talking about freaking court orders. Like, when I became homeless, right? Well, when I was struggling with landlord, Umar Hussain, WHF Enterprises, it came with a letter and says, you know, you've got to get out. And I said, this, you know, this means nothing basically. And he said, yeah, it does, because I live here. In fact, to give a reason why I had to move out, I was behind on my rent, but it was less than 2 months behind, or, you know, less than a month behind. And something else. Oh, it said my tenancy were up for. What the heck? It said my tenancy were up for renewal, so I wasn't contracted anymore, or, you know, your contracts run out. And neither of them are reasons to, you know, to have to leave without a reasonable notice. Like the reasonable notice is 2 weeks because he said he lives there, and you know, that's just a lie. And even if he did live there, both of the reasons in the letter was not true. So, and that's what happens with these repossession orders. The company, you know, the bailiffs, they'll just, you know, tick off what they need to get the court order, or to be able to use the powers from the court order. And they'll go, you know, we have this evidence, we have that evidence, you know. And they might have that evidence, you know, they might actually have that evidence. But they don't have to prove that they've got that evidence. They just say, we have got that evidence. And you don't have an argument about it. You don't get a chance to argue about it. Well, actually, you do get a chance to argue about it, but the powers are able to be used instantaneously. And then once you get evicted unlawfully, then you can go, this is a criminal offence, what happened, and then you can argue about it. You can't argue about it beforehand because no offence has been committed until they remove you. And they're allowed to remove you because they say that you are guilty or, you know, in breach of the conditions. And you can't argue until you can't go to court for nothing, you know. You can't go to court for nothing. You could sue somebody for, you know, damages or whatever, for, you know, if they're found to be doing something wrong. But until they've done something wrong, you can't apply to the court and go. So it's a fraud. It is a fraud basically because you're guilty until you're innocent. Well, actually, you're not actually guilty, are you? You just you like it's like getting a bloody. It's like getting bail conditions. You're not actually guilty, but the bail conditions are you've got to leave the house. And the court's doing that because these companies need powers to be able to repossess properties and the court can't afford to, you know, do all that. The court can't afford to, you know, have a court case every time something's going on. So that's probably why they've got these powers, because it's costing the court, or it was costing the courts, too much money. So they've gone, right, well, you know, we'll give you these powers, don't misuse them. And, you know, it's like they're not misusing them, because most of the people are poor like me, and they can't argue, they can't afford to argue against the case, basically, or they just don't have the energy to argue against the case after getting kicked out of your house, becoming homeless, losing all your stuff. Yep. The banks got bailed out, right? Because people get mortgages and the repayments are so high because of the interest that you accumulate, and then they're unable to pay the rest of the mortgages. And then they'll put charges on, and, you know, court fees, and then the banks will go, you know, we're owed this much money, so we can make more debt, because we will get the money back eventually, so they make more debt. And then they go, oh, nobody's paying, you know, we've made too much net now, nobody's paying enough money, you know, we can't afford to keep going. We were able to give everybody bonuses though 1 year. Imagine doing that, you know. Just say I had, you know, £1 million, So I can lend out £1 million basically. So that's £2 million, because I'm lending them £1 million and inventing it in a computer system, because my £1 million is just sat in the bank. So I have £1 million in revenue because I'm going to get paid £1 million back. Plus I have interest. So as they pay me back my £1 million, I have another £1 million. My £1 million were there. I've lent out £1 million, but my company's still worth £1 million. Well, it's worth £2 million now, because I'm going to get £1 million back extra plus interest. And then there's tax. So every time somebody makes a payment, I'm guessing the government taxes the money, or they tax the bank. And then they've got to pay their employees to run the bank and the buildings and the equipment. So that's like that's a load of assets. Because they're owed this much money back, they don't have to use their money. They can just use the money from what they're going to get back. They like loan it to themselves, saying we are going to get this money back. But they don't have to. They don't get interest for their loans. Actually, they will get interest from their loans, but they'll get to pay it back over ages, won't they? I wonder what's the longest you can pay something back. Because if you loan £1 billion, if you're a billionaire, you could probably loan tens of billions, maybe. Or investors. Like what? How much do banks loan? Like per year? How much does the government loan? We're in debt, aren't we? By trillions, probably. I think America are, borrowing 50 trillion a year or something. So UK must be borrowing 5 trillion per year or something. How do you pay your debts back? If you're in debt now and you're borrowing 5 trillion a year, still, even though you're still in debt, like they say, we'll pay it back in 10 years, 50 years, 100 years. We'll pay it back over 100 years. We'll have this loan paid off in 100 years, and then they'll get another trillion, and they'll go, well, that's going to take 110 years to pay that one off. So by the time we've paid that first loan off, we'll only have 10 years left on this new loan, so that'll be all right. That is like so confusing. Because the more money they loan, and the more debt they have, the longer they'll probably be allowed to pay it back. Elon Musk must earn hundreds of billions per year. Because he's got to get 999 billion to be a trillionaire. Plus, no, plus 100 billion, plus 1 billion. So if you earn £100,000 a year, you can have a £20,000 mortgage or whatever, £20,000 debt. How much debt can you get if you inflate it? Would he throw you out if someone showed him video evidence of you smoking that stuff in his house? Who are you people? I'm getting some beer. I don't think I can drink. Poop. Well, you could get a time out, couldn't you? And you don't have to watch poop. Easy. Like, if you can pay back your debt though, that's how you just keep creating more debt, isn't it? Maybe we should have social credit score. But instead of your social credit score says how much debt you can get, or what facilities you're allowed to access. Instead, your social credit score it's basically like you are a resource, and you'll rank every resource depending on how important it is. How can you say how important a resource is though? Food, top at list, you know. Is it number one? Is it number two? I don't know. Health, because if you don't have healthy people, you can't make food. So maybe that's above food. Production. What do we need to produce to make food and health? So then you'll have like a tree, you know, a car, a house where you can rest, safety equipment so you can do the job without getting hurt. Holidays. So you can recharge, so you don't get too stressed and burn out and inefficient. You could basically be like a freaking, it would just be like a family tree. Once you've got an excess of food or wastage, then the priorities will change to figure out how to not waste food. So everything automatically goes above whatever problem if you're producing enough food but people aren't healthy, then health has to go above food. So it's just forever changing. Like AI could do that. Yeah. The only problem is, corporations are secretive because they want to make money. But if it's not about money, if it's like, health is the top priority, the law is we've got to make everybody healthy enough to make more food so people aren't starving to death. Well, food will be at top then. If there's people starving, if there's people struggling, food is above health. Because if you're dying from lack of food, or you're dying early because you don't have a good diet, then food should be above health. But if the reason is people are working too hard and they're not healthy, because of lack of healthcare, like it'd sort itself out. Basically, you put food as the top priority, and then once you can't make any more food, you can't actually physically make any more food, you've got to find out the solution. If the solution is people aren't healthy enough or they're not getting enough time off, then you've got to find a solution to, well, that has to go above food. And if you can't manage to make everybody healthy, then you've got to come up with something else that goes above health to help that along, so you can make people healthy enough to be able to feed the world. Like climate change. If climate change is the most important thing, every other thing has to be perfect to make that work. Like if climate change is caused by food, then you have to put food at the top of the priority list. Everybody has to work on that to make it more greener, so it don't piss up the climate. Everything has to be equally important. You've got to keep doing everything that we're doing. But if people are starving to death, getting cobalt out of the mines, or if people don't have the same if it's not equal, then you've got to you can't make it equal, because if you made it equal, then they won't work as hard, and they'd probably live longer, and then you'd have overpopulation. I mean, it's not overpopulation, but it would seem like overpopulation, because you'd have the same issues, but there'd be more people, so there'd be more issues. You've just got to downgrade, basically. You've just got to you've got to take stuff away. You've got to share. If there's not enough cars for everybody, you've got to share. If there's not enough food for everybody, you've got to share. If you've got too much food and other people don't have enough food, but it's money. I mean, it's not even money. Like all charities, right? All the charities should be regulated. Basically, all one charity. They all get a share of the pot, because like nobody should decide what charity is the best charity. Because that'd be government, or that'd be a dictatorship, basically. If people go, cancer's the most important charity, and they donate to cancer, then basically you're saying this is the legislation, fix cancer. Find a cure for cancer. So then they'll put all the funding into chemicals to try and cure cancer, when the solution is less stress, better diet, healthier food, less food, the correct foods, education. You're putting all this money into curing cancer when I don't know. It's not the best solution. And how do you know what is the best solution if everybody invests in a cure cancer? Make a cure for cancer. If everybody invests into that instead of trying different things, how are you going to know which is the best treatment? Churches don't get taxed, right? charities get taxed because they're a corporation. Non for profit, not for profit corporations. I'm guessing they don't make tax. They don't get taxed. Because they don't make 12 grand a year. They spend everything. Although that's not the way. Not for profit. It's not a good way either. Because it just means you've just got to spend everything. That you get, and if you're just spending everything just for the sake of spending it because you have to. It never ends. The spending never ends. Even if you're a not for profit cancer charity and you cured cancer, but you still kept getting, selling the vaccine, selling the cancer vaccine, making more money, then you're just spending money for nothing. You've already done what you set out to do. Like what you're gonna do now with all the money? You're just gonna carry on spending money when it's already been cured. Like you find something else to do. You could make, if you were a non-for-profit company and you were that successful and you just kept getting things right and and everybody like believed in you, you'd basically be like a government or a king or a queen. That's what the monarchy is, basically. People believed in the monarchy, or they just taxed you to death, and then they use your money to take more money from you. Black belt barrister were talking about something. Data protection breach. So if you use my information, well, it's not private information, but if you use my information, certain like things can be classed as like, if you use my information to fraud or to get loans or do anything illegal, basically. Like impersonation, if you, I mean, impersonation is not a crime, is it? It'd be character defamation or something. Would that be a data protection breach? What does GDPR actually stand for? Gathering data protection regulation, maybe. The internet does not know what GDPR stands for. It keeps wanting to come up with GOP for some reason. So strange. General Data Protection Regulation. General Data Protection Regulation. So GDPR is guidance, basically. So it's an act. So if you don't do what this says, you can be prosecuted. So if you get my telephone number and you use it on a website or that would be a breach of data protection, even if you're not a corporation. If the person that you give the data to use it for use it without your permission, basically. And as an outcome that you don't like if I start getting calls, who would investigate that fraud? Ofcom. Who can put private data? It'd have to be a court order, wouldn't it? And it'd have to be to investigate an offence. So data protection is not going to be enforced, basically, unless they lose a lot of people's data. Like the job centre lost a lot of people's data. I wonder what happened with that. Man moved home. Man moved home after data breach. Why is it moving all the time? 2014. Yeah, we're about that time, I remember. When Mr. M's personal, I wish I could tell you where it was. I'd be more interested if it was Yorkshire. Or, well, anywhere that's not a massive city. I mean, Bradford's a massive city, really, isn't it? My mouse is broken. When Mr. M's personal data was breached by a Job Centre Plus employee, it tried to put things right, but we thought there was more that it could do. What happened? Mr. M was approached by someone who had previously, let me just check what website, oddbudsman.org. Okay. Mr. M was approached by someone who had previously abused him. This person knew who he was because a Job Centre Plus employee had shared Mr. M's confidential information. Mr. M moved to a different part of the country to avoid the abuser. After a thorough investigation, Job Centre Plus accepted responsibility for the breach and made Mr. M a payment for the impact of the situation on his well-being and to recognise that it had caused a major disruption to his life. Mr. M asked it to increase the payment. He asked for more money. He told Job Centre Plus that he moved to a different part of the country to avoid the person. He said this had caused him stress, inconvenience and financial loss. Job Centre Plus did not increase the payment until the complaint was investigated by the Independent Case Examiner, ICE, which recommended a further payment for financial loss. Independent Case Examiner. Independent Case Examiner. What do they do? I'm guessing they basically just watch what the Job Centre does. Reviews complaints about certain government organisations that deal with benefits. That is so strange. The Independent Case Examiner is run by the government. Well, it's funded by the government, I guess. guess the government will make the rules, hasn't it? Let's be back here. That's not me back here. Why do they always like put independent? Why do they have to explain it's independent? What's my point? It works by its own rules, set out by legislation and law. It can only do the things the law allows, basically. Sure, this light just leaks. Or just fill it up. Like, council's independent, right? No, it's not independent. But that is so weird, because if the independent case examiner got Department Work and Pensions or Job Centre, or got them into trouble so much that they had to pay out all the time, and the government would have to do something about it. I'd have to change something or give them less power or so that's a data breach. So the corporation gets in trouble for it, not the actual person. If I give out my address by accident and something happens to Lawrence, would I be blamed for a data protection breach? How would they find out that it's my fault? I think it's mainly mishandling of data. You know, like the biggest streamers on Twitch, you know, NMP, LOL. I don't think they actually live in that house. think they might sleep there, but it's basically like it's owned by a corporation. That studio or house, it's owned by a corporation. It's not actually owned by them. So it's like, you know, it's part of the company. Like they might not even have a house. Because then you can't, well, there's no data held about you, the person, it's just the company. Like, can you claim tax back for a bed? If you bought a bed and you know, you need a bed to sleep, would that be a tax expense? Like you can, if you had to buy a TV to be a streamer, could you could you claim that back as a tax expense? What do you want from me? You know, you want me to make videos? You want me to entertain you? You want me to, you know, tell you my opinions and stuff? You want content? You want, you know, you want variety? You want interest? You want distraction? Like I can give you all these things. But I need to make more than, you know, I need to make more than 12 grand a year. I need to make more money than 12 grand a year, because then I can start claiming tax back. And if you invest into Joking Audits, you know, it's like Mr. Beast. You know, if you invest into Joking Audits or Mr. Beast, he starts giving back to the community. Like basically, I can't do what I want to do because, one, I'm not safe. So all that is a body camera. Two, I don't have good equipment, so I can't edit like efficiently. So a lot of my time's taken, wasted. Three, I can't do different things because I've got to do other things. Like, I can't keep streaming when I've got other things to do. I've got to look for a job now, Like, basically, I can't concentrate on YouTube. Because there's no incentive to do it apart from my interest in it, my obsession with police corruption and, well, just corruption in general. Like, I truly believe, right, that recording people making mistakes and putting it on YouTube, and the more people that see it, the more people will learn. Yeah, like, I get demonetized for showing the truth. If I wanted to not get demonetized, I'd have to cut bits out, or like, I can't even write the word attacks in the title. Because YouTube thinks I've I've been attacked, basically. And I had been attacked, but it wasn't on camera. So I reviewed that video. I got YouTube to review the video, and they said, yeah, it's all right. You can get monetized for it. But if the camera would have shown him put his hands on me, and I put attacks in the title, they'd go, it's too. It's against community standards, because you can't show violence. You can't show violence. But I believe, I'm going to show you the way it is. I'm going to show you everything. Like, sometimes I want to, like, edit my swear words out somehow. But like, tell you what I said somehow. Like, I need a bleeping thing. You like instead of saying fucker, you say something that rhymes, that's similar to fucker, like mucker. Like, so every time I swear fucker, it comes up mucker instead. It's like dubbed like that, so it implies what I said, but it doesn't actually swear. And if there's violence, I put like I blur it out, and I put against YouTube community standards. Bloody KFC again. I feel like I know this, but I can't figure it out. It sounds like Mark, but I don't think it is Mark. I think he knows Mark though. Somebody else does that voice. Ross. But Ross is no good with computers. Well, it might be good with computers. It's like ADHD, but if it's going to make him money, he'll put his mind to it. So he might have put his mind to it. It's not. No, it's not Ross. Right, I'm gonna have to get rid of this SIM card. Fucking chilly. I mean, the SIM card's not important, to be honest. Why did I have to lose my clicker lighter? So annoying. What was I saying before I was rudely interrupted? Yeah, YouTube. I don't know really what you'd want though, apart from videos. Like competitions, giveaways. Probably not what you need really, is it? You know what I honestly want to do? I want to be able to. Actually, I can't tell you. I actually can't tell you. No, I said I'd be honest, but I actually can't tell you. Because it'll jeopardize what I'm trying to achieve. What I can say is when people say you just like looking to force a reaction, or you're looking to gain a reaction. Hey, hey, hey. Why lose everything? I remember now.
boring.